They're up. Hello, hello. There's a lot going on. How you doing today?
Good, very
Yeah.
good.
This is all day.
No hesitation with this.
Oh, it is on.
Hey, Robert. Good job tonight.
We'll talk tomorrow.
Nice to see everybody come together.
I'll take it. Is it cash?
Not now.
Is it
Not
ca-
now.
is
I
it-
gotta give it to you soon because
cash?
before the end of the close of the year,
it cash?
so I can get my. No, it's cash for me. It's supposed to be money for me.
Keep walking. This was a gift from one of the mothers. Thank you.
Look what I got today, just about half an hour ago. I asked him if he was with the students, and he's not. Just a coincidence.
So guess who we're meeting with tomorrow at 10 o'clock? Commissioner Rosa.
Oh.
To help us out with some provisions for children who may not come to school because of the current situation. She says, I'm so happy you reached out. She set up a meeting with us. She's got her people. She said, let's see what we can do to help Westbury. I'm fully aware of what's happening. She said, I've been watching all your videos. Oh yeah, only $20. Only $20.
Okay, you will discuss that later. Okay. Hi. District Clerk, please call the meeting to order.
Let's see who's there. Please take your seats. We are about to begin.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Westbury family. Welcome to the Board of Education planning meeting. Today is June the 10th. Trustee Michelle Wilson.
Present.
Trustee Pedro Quintanilla.
Present.
Trustee Dr. Ples Dickerson.
Present.
Vice President Floyd Ewing.
Present.
Board President Robert Troiano Jr.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Thank you, District Clerk. Everybody please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silent meditation? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome once again to our June 10th school board meeting. You may see some of our beautiful scholars and their amazing teachers with them this evening. Mr. Gallivan, our Assistant Superintendent, Curriculum and Instruction, Secondary, will introduce our scholars to you and explain to you why they are here. They have something extremely exciting to share with you, but before I pitch this to him, let me say in advance, thank you to our community for voting favorably for our budget in the 2024-2025 budget so that we could bring this amazing opportunity to our school district. And here's a great chance to get to see the fruits of your support. So, Mr. Gallivan, take it away.
Thank you very much, Superintendent, and thank you again, thank you also to the Board of Education and everyone who supported this initiative. What is this initiative? Well, we've often said we have worlds in our classroom. We have 17 different languages spoken in our district. So we have and we also want to give we endeavor to give our scholars a world class and a global education. And with that in mind, we quite tangibly offered that with the initiation of our international travel groups. So we, you all, our district, Westbury, sponsored 2 separate trips this past year, and we have 2 more lined up for next year. It's important for you to know that in addition to all the cultural and linguistic riches that can come with travel, these travel experiences also included obviously a learning component that's attached to their learning here in Westbury, as well as a service component. So with that, I don't want to spoil any secrets or step on any of the lines of our presenters. We'd like to start with our explorers who went to Brazil, please.
Good evening to everyone, to the board, to our superintendent, to everyone assembled. My name is Alvin Williams, and I was one of the fortunate advisors. You'll have Eric Banks up here. Raise your hand, Mr. Banks. And also Mr. Bolar. And we brought 9 of our explorers/scholars, and we're going to do a presentation on our 8-day stay in Brazil. So we can play the video first.
Capoeira pra mim é você. Hoje tu pode ganhar, amanhã você pode perder. Simbora! Sou capoeira, capoeira pra mim é você. Hoje tu pode ganhar, amanhã você pode perder. Eu sou capoeira, capoeira pra mim é você. Hoje tu pode ganhar, amanhã você pode perder. Sou capoeira, capoeira pra mim é você.
So I guess we can, fellas, we can do it in order that you're standing, doesn't matter. Or if you remember your numbers. So I posed 3 questions to the guys. I'll start with the first. The first was, what was the most significant difference that you observed between the Brazilian and American cultures? So in order, we'll go Bryant, Hector, Oye, David, Steve, Caleb, Mark, Bryson, and then Marvin.
Boa noche, that means good evening for the people that don't know. My name is Brian Deschat, and I'm currently a senior at Westbury High School. And I want to say I was very grateful for the opportunity that I had to travel to Brazil internationally. And I want to say I thank the board and everyone that had a part of this take. And I say I really appreciate it. I really thank you guys for it. The most significant difference I found between the 2 cultures in Brazil is that they work hard for their food, such as planting it. My topic was local foods. So for them waiting for it to grow, watering it, and sunlight, where in the US, they just go to the store and buy food and eat it without putting no work. So I find that very different. I find that Brazil, they really worked for their food. Like they planted it, they waited for it to water and everything. And we just go to the store and we could just eat it. Like we don't put in no work. But that's one difference I really found that really stuck in my heart. Go next question.
Good evening, everyone. My name is David Monfort. I'm currently a senior in Westbury High School, and I'd like to thank you guys for allowing us to travel to Brazil. The most significant difference, I'll say, when we traveled to Brazil compared to the States over here was definitely the environment and the roads and the people over there. The way they interact with each other is totally different than the way we interact with each other. And like, as you guys could see, their culture, all the different spray painted walls and murals they had all around their communities, and their food, the way they had to gather it, the way they really like bread in the morning is just a couple of significant differences I noticed.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Hardy. I'm a sophomore. A significant difference between here in America and in Brazil is definitely the way the people act. Here in America, people are like kind of uptight, don't know how to chill. In Brazil, they're like free spirits, like they have fun all the time. They're free here. No one really likes to, have a good time and do things. Brazil is just different.
Boa noche. My name is Caleb Goldsmith. I'm currently a senior at Westbury High School, and the main different significance I've seen between Brazil and Americans or the U.S. is that as a country, we're more fortunate than the people of Brazil, but in Brazil, they thrive more as a culture. That's what I mainly noticed when I went over there. Everybody's always outside, 1 morning, 2 in the morning, all through the night, thriving, eating, traveling. Everybody's on just together, and they find a way to connect with their people, just being outside,
Hello, my name is Hector Madrid. I'm a sophomore at Westbury High School. And one significant difference that I recognize between the two cultures is that Brazil, the communities are more connected, and they seem very connected to their African ancestry. They really influenced by their ancestors. They have like their customs, the way they dance, their food, their tradition, everything. And one word that would describe this experience is profound. So yes, it was kind of a very immersive experience, and I got to learn how the Brazilians were impacted by their culture.
Hello, my name is Marvin Acosta. I'm a senior. Again, I would like to thank the board for funding this trip. I haven't traveled in over a decade, so this was definitely a great experience I was able to experience. One of the main differences I saw within Brazil was definitely the art. As we travel all around Brazil, whether we're in Rio or Bahia, we always saw art everywhere. There's graffiti everywhere. As you can see in the slideshow as well, you can see there's a lot of art. We were also given art pieces as well, but the art really showed like their cultures and like the very like importance of like home to them. So yeah.
Good evening. My name is Oye Kalapo Babalola. I would like to say thanks again for allowing us to go on this beautiful trip. I found that in Brazilian culture, the people are a lot more accepting than Americans. This came to mind after we saw a lot of unique people that might be frowned upon by some in the U.S. It was also nice to not feel like tourists in the country. We all felt welcomed by the people. There was no time in which we felt like, oh, these guys don't like us. We were always accepted, and we were always embraced. And I found that really nice.
Hello, my name is Bryson Gobin. I'm currently a senior at Westbury High School. I want to thank the board for letting us go on this amazing trip. And one significant thing I found different in Brazil and the U.S. is that they're very religious and they're very grateful for everything they have. You can see in the video that that every day they're praying, or at the temple they're either praying an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. They're very dedicated and very grateful what they have.
Boa noite. My name is Steve Hernandez, and one of the most significant differences that I saw in Brazil was how in their communities they seemed a lot more interconnected. A lot of them had like a key role, and they all had a task to complete. And here in Westbury, we do have that with here, like the board meetings. Everyone's doing their part, but over there, it's like everybody in the community was helping each other out, and it's nice to see that everyone comes here because everyone wants to. Like everyone's here to make a change, but if we had more people, it'd show a lot more.
Okay, second question. So just one word, we'll pass the mic, and we'll just do the second one. In one word, describe the topic that you're presenting. Please tell us what you're presenting. We did it by the itinerary because we did do 2 cities. And what feelings were you experiencing at that part of the tour? So one word to explain the topic that you were assigned and the feelings that you were going through.
One word I would use would be resilience, since the people were in the Maroon Village is considered a quilombo because the people had made that community to survive once they escaped from slavery, and they had to work hard so they were able to live. And to this day, you can still see the people working hard together.
One word I would describe my topic is Christ Redeemer, and one word I would describe is holy, because that Christ Redeemer is, you can see around the whole land, and people can always pray to the Christ Redeemer wherever they are.
My topic was the Orisha show and the candomblé. One word I would use to describe this is very enlightening. It's because it showed my direct connection to Brazil, as candomblé originates from my culture, which is Yoruba culture. It's really nice to see the inspiration for a lot of the slaves when they escaped from the Portuguese.
So for my topic was Little Africa when we were in Rio de Janeiro, and the one word I described it was endure. As we went around Rio de Janeiro, we learned about the history with the Brazilians and how many Africans came to Brazil just to be conquered by the Portuguese. A lot of them were killed. Hundreds were killed and just placed in ditches as if they were, had no importance. Their lives weren't important at all. So I felt very, very much sympathetic for them. It's kind of messed up to see how the conquistadors had no sympathy for all the lives that they took, and we learned how the slaves were treated by their masters. They had they had little masks, like they were treated as like animals, and honestly that was very horrifying to see. We also saw burial sites. We saw actual skeletons of these slaves buried within the floors. They had no marked graves, so they had no identity to themselves. So again, I feel a lot of sympathy for those people.
My topic was the favelas, and one word to describe that part of the trip was profound. I felt like the favelas allowed me to acknowledge the deeper meaning of community and how the African heritage of Brazilians allowed them to unite and be proud of their national identity.
My topic was capoeira, and one word I used to describe it is thrive. Before going to Brazil, I known some form of capoeira before, but I didn't know its true meaning until I went to Brazil, learning that it was used as a source of communication, along with the makulele drums, back when our people were slaves, and they used them as a form of martial arts, communication, and dancing.
My topic was the sirloin steps. One word I would use to describe them was vibrant, as these steps were very beautiful and colorful. It showed the unification of the people.
My topic was also the favelas. One word I would use to describe it was a facade, but not in a bad way, because if you do any homework on the facade, on the favelas, the only information you would find is police brutality. It's the slums of Brazil, drugs, and a whole bunch of gang violence. But when we went there, we seen a very well-organized community of people laughing, talking, and drinking at a restaurant, and it seemed like any other regular community.
My topic was local foods, and one word that I'll describe it would be diverse. Their food was very colorful. For example, I ordered Alfredo for dinner one time, and it was green, and I never seen that before. So I really thought that was amazing. I found their food to be colorful and diverse, and I really appreciated it.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kyle Bowler. I'm one of the school counselors here. I had the fortunate privilege of helping to organize this great experience for Westbury High School. First of all, I would like to thank the Board of Ed for their support and making sure that we were funded and able to continue these type of cultural experiences. Dr. Chase as well, and Central Administration worked very closely with Mr. Gallivan. I just wanted to touch base on the overall experience and the educational component. So these young men, while you're looking at the pictures and it looks amazing, it looks great, but the pictures aren't giving you the true experience that occurred during the excursion. So I'll highlight one, and then we're going to step away. The Maroon Village, when we went to the Maroon Village, we were able to actually support this thriving community that has escaped from the main society. They've created their own culture, building. They have their own school, their own church, their own economic system where they are profound. I would call them fishermen, but they are gatherers of oysters, and we were able to assist in that process in gathering oysters, and then we had the fortunate ability to eat them raw right out to sea. So it was a really great experience. Some of the gentlemen had the opportunity to make some of the palm oil that is also used to support their economic growth and development within their own community. And then we actually were able to eat directly from their plantations, their bad choice of words, their own grounds where they actually cultivated the food and were able to take it straight from the farm, the ocean, and prepare it for us to feast. So we learned a lot culturally about the connections between the two worlds, and it's a very profound opportunities for these young men, because not often do we get young men to explore not only in their own communities, but here we're taking them to outside of internationally, so to come back and share these experiences, and hopefully they will ignite them to travel more. So once again, I would thank you all. I'm sure over the next couple of weeks, if you run into any of these individuals, they can personally give you their rundowns. But I personally am very grateful and on to all of you for supporting this effort, and we look forward to doing this more in the future. Thank you all. And congratulations, Mr. Williams. You're done.
Thank you again for sharing these experiences with us. Thanks for sharing these experiences. And next, we're going to have our travelers who ventured also to South America, to Peru. So I'll ask them to kindly approach the dais.
Good evening, everyone, members of the board, Superintendent Chase, assistant superintendents, parents, educators, friends, and honored guests. My name is Dr. James, and I am thrilled to be here tonight representing the Westbury High School Explorers Global Discovery Club, along with my teammates and partners, Ms. Kairula and Ms. Duarte. In April, 14 of our scholars traveled to Peru for 9 days, from climbing the inclines of Machu Picchu, visiting the sites in the Sacred Valley, to completing service work for local youth in Ollantaytambo. Our scholars stepped outside of their comfort zones, embraced new cultures, and grew in ways that no classroom or textbook could replicate. Tonight, we want to give space to the most powerful voices, those of our scholars. You will hear directly from them by viewing one of the research projects that they were required to complete, as well as their own personal reflections on how this journey shaped their thinking, their sense of purpose, and their hopes for the future. In the Westbury School District, we believe in global citizenship, experiential learning, and that when students are given the opportunity to explore the world, they come back not just changed in themselves, but empowered and ready to make changes in the world. We will start tonight with one of the research projects of a student who could not be with us here tonight, Bastian Ariaza.
Hello, my name is Bastian Ariaza, and this project explores an important question. How do geography and infrastructure challenge influence healthcare access in remote regions of Peru? This question matters because around the world, millions of people live far from hospitals or clinics. This experience helped me understand how serious those challenges are and how communities find creative solutions. During our school trip, I had the opportunity to visit Lima, Cusco, and Machu Picchu. Each place was unique, but what surprised me the most was the richness of the culture and how deeply people are connected to their history and land. Seeing the mountain roads, the long distances between communities, and the lack of nearby hospitals made me think about how difficult it must be to access medical care there. This trip was more than tourism. It was a chance to observe, reflect, and appreciate what many of us often take for granted. In my everyday life, I have access to clinics, pharmacies, and doctors. But after seeing the reality in some part of Peru, I started to value those services even more. I also realized that healthcare is closely connected to culture. Every community has its own beliefs, healing, tradition, and way of life. Learning from other cultures helped me become more empathetic and understand that health services must respect each community's identity. During our trip to Peru, we learned that many people in remote regions have to travel for hours, even days, just to get to a health center. That really showed us how geography can limit healthcare access. But at the same time, there is hope. We saw some innovative solutions like mobile clinics that actually travel to the communities and telemedicine which connect patients to doctors using technology. Now, at this point, I'd like to pause and give our principal guide, Kike, a chance to share what he noticed during our visit too.
Don't care, of course, I mean, the best hospital, the best clinics are in the city. Far away, far away. If you need a special surgery, no, or
a rare disease. The pasta, no? So everything is connected.
I mean, if they were in Machu Picchu, for example, how they did it, like they create like a canal for have water, or what if they get sick in there? They have to move on to down.
They must have moved on, claro. But we saw the aqueducts in Machu Picchu that is still working.
Yeah.
They come in with fresh water from the mountains. No? They dominate the nature.
What Kike, our principal guide, shared really helped us understand another side of life in rural Peru. He talked about how many communities still rely on traditional medicine, natural remedies that have been used for generations, and how these have been effective in keeping people healthy for centuries. He also mentioned that while Western medicine has started to reach some areas, modern changes like eating more processed food have actually led to more health problems. So, development isn't always positive if it doesn't fit the local context. Another important point he brought up was the way these communities live in harmony with nature. They use local materials to build their homes and take care of the environment around them. It reminded us that there's a lot we can learn from their way of life, especially when it comes to sustainability and a healthy living. This trip showed me beautiful landscapes and incredible cultures. But more importantly, it gave me a deep lesson. Healthcare should be accessible to everyone, no matter where they live. It inspired me to think about how technology and empathy can build a more just world. I believe we all have a role to play, even though small actions like this project. Thank you for joining me in this experience. I hope this encourages you too, to look at the world with curiosity, respect, and desire to make things better. Thank you.
Thank you. And now a few words from our scholars. Carmen, what moment or experience during the trip to Peru had the most significant impact on you? And how has this changed the way you see yourself, others, or the world? Yes.
Hi, I'm Carmen Sanchez. I'm a junior. To start off, I'd like to thank the board for giving us this amazing opportunity to be able to travel to Peru. It was truly an amazing experience. But I think during the trip, what had impacted me the most was how different their lifestyles were compared to ours and how different their cultures are. To start off, when we would go out to eat, the fast food restaurants actually had so much more smaller portions than they do have here. They would also have a really lack of use of plastic. So when we would stay in to eat, the cups would be paper cups and they would have no lids or straws. Compared to when you have McDonald's or any other fast food restaurant here, they would have huge, large fries or like plastic lids and straws. Also, they really prioritized on the importance of health. So when we would go out to other restaurants, they would give us nutritious meals with vegetables and, they would give us nutritious meals such as vegetables and soups. So it not only helped us, regain our power from a long day of walking, but it also really made us realize that our diet here is so much more different than it is in Peru. It's a lot healthier in Peru. However, what impacted me the most was how it expanded my knowledge on other cultures outside of America. But back to the plastic use, it also made me realize that it's not impossible to stop the use of plastic in America, because if they can do it, we can do it. But yeah, that's what impacted me the most.
Cody, what did you learn in Peru that you could never have learned in a classroom? And how will you carry that experience forward?
Hello, my name is Cody. I am a senior at Westbury High School. Thank you, the board, for allowing us to go on this amazing trip. And in Peru,
Can you hold the mic closer to you?
Sorry.
Everybody wants to hear what you have to say.
Thank you.
You're
Sorry.
doing just fine.
In Peru, something I learned that I would never learn in a classroom was enjoying the moment with the people around you and being grateful for, well, the people you spend it with and the time you spend with them, and enjoying every moment, like not like it's your last, but just fully living in the moment and being able to take it all in, and carrying this experience forward. I learned a valuable lesson over there from our tour guide Kike, who told us the importance of gratitude, consistency, and optimism, and how if you have these three, well, core values in everyday life, it'll greatly improve your mindset and your well-being, no matter where you are. Yes, that's it.
Thank you. Eder, come on down. How did stepping outside of your comfort zone during this trip help you grow academically, socially, or emotionally?
Good evening. My name is Eder Bonilla Venegas. I'm a junior at Westbury High School. I would like to thank the board for this wonderful experience in Peru. So to answer the question, stepping outside my comfort zone during this trip has allowed me to grow in all three of these areas. It has allowed me to grow academically, as I found that learning exists outside the classroom, as our tour guides gave us specific knowledge on the history of Peru's greatest landmarks. Socially, I developed my skills as I grew to appreciate time with schoolmates I had previously never talked to. I also had the privilege to interact with the Peruvian people, opening up and collaborating with others on our service project. Lastly, emotional growth was most significant, as it was my first time out of the country without my family, and learning to adapt was not the easiest. I learned to live away from home and grew strengths in becoming flexible and independent. Thank you.
Angelina, what surprised you most about the people, culture, or environment of Peru? And how did this challenge any assumptions you had prior to the trip?
Okay, hello, my name is Angelina Martinez. Like many times you've heard tonight, I'm gonna say thank you once again, because I do mean the thank you. This trip was so meaningful in my life, especially for me personally, with everything I had going on, that this really did change my mindset on a lot of things. And this has to do with my question as well. I think the most surprising thing was how intertwined the culture, the environment, and the people are in Peru. There's a big emphasis on togetherness and unity, which is different than what we have here in America. Here, we have a higher emphasis on work ethic, productivity, which is the main objective. And something else that I didn't write down is how different the kids my age are over there. The different things they do, the activities, the level of education, how much they care about school, you know, how much they're not on their phones, how much they're present in their lives with their families, unlike, you know, a lot of times that we're not in my generation here in America. For the second part of my question, before Peru, I was expecting it to be a typical third world country setting. with possibly a lack of water, heat, air conditioning, Wi-Fi, but this wasn't the case. Well, in some areas, yes, such as Oyatambo, a more rural area that we visited, which we completed our service project in. But in cities like Lima, which is the capital, their access isn't as much of an issue, and it's just like an American city, but in Spanish font, that is much cleaner with less pollution and less littering, because people care about the environment more because they live off their environment, and they actually are thankful. And also that has to do with the spiritual element, how to be thankful for what you have and that God gave this to you and that you have to take care of it. Thank you.
Soraya, what moment on the trip made you most proud of yourself or your group, and why?
Good evening. My name is Soraya de Rosier, and I'm a senior and also the president of Westbury Club. Firstly, I would like to thank the Board of Education for this amazing opportunity and for enabling us to go on this trip to Peru. Such a student as myself, without your support, I wouldn't have been able to attend. So my the moment that made me proud of myself and the group was when, at the beginning of the trip, Dr. James had created a photo challenge for us in which we had to take pictures at certain locations and places. With the tags at hand, we were to individually or as a group take a picture, such as in Peru, in Machu Picchu. One of the tags were, when you reach the highest point, you were to take a photo as a group jumping and with our hands up. And I think that really signified us being happy and accomplishing something. So that was really a proud moment for me because I took the leadership role and bringing us all together. And then just connecting and bonding together. So another thing was really bringing everyone else as well, because I remember just telling everybody to be come here, let's make a TikTok together, and you will never expect the teachers to make a TikTok, but they participated and made a TikTok together, so that was really proudful of us to do, and then just working together as well. So I would say thank you again, and that was really it for me. Thank you.
Jaden, how has this trip influenced your goals for the future, whether academically, personally, or professionally?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jaden Marino. I'm a junior at Westbury High School. And I want to thank the board for approving this trip. So this trip to Peru really opened up my eyes for what I want in the future. It was an experience I definitely won't forget. And going to a foreign country 1,000 miles away is something new for me. Visiting several historical sites made me realize how much I enjoy learning about things that we can't learn here in school or reading textbooks, such as visiting Machu Picchu and going to the Sacred Valley. This trip also made me much more interested in pursuing nonprofit work or any international work sometime in the future. I really enjoy helping people, and our service project in Peru was first step in this journey. And lastly, this trip made me more independent and open-minded. I feel much more confident stepping out of my comfort zone, going to another country, different continent, and it's something I definitely won't forget. So thank you once again. Thank you for your time, and take care.
Jeremy, what moment from the trip will stay with you the longest, and why do you think this has been so impactful for you?
Thank you, Dr. James, and thank you to the board for this opportunity. As for your question, one of the most pivotal moments I've experienced in this trip was definitely when I saw my family in Peru. Ever since I was a toddler, my mother would introduce me to my family, and we would always communicate with each other every other week virtually. However, from this virtual call, I didn't have the real good connection with my family as I thought I would. However, it was thanks to Dr. James and the Explorers Club that I was able to see my family. And as I stepped out at the airport, it was emotional. I loved seeing my family for the first time physically. It was just the best moment of my life. seeing their upbeat attitude and positive attitude, it was just forever memorable for me. And once again, I'd like to thank the board for everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. And last but not least, Emily, if you could share one message with the Board of Education tonight about the importance of student travel, what would it be?
Good evening. My name is Emily Salazar. I'm currently a junior in Westbury High School. I'd like to thank the Board of Education. I know you've already gone so many things, but I'm genuinely beyond grateful for this experience. It's not an everyday experience, and not every school gets to have this opportunity. So for our Board of Education to be funding this really means a lot. For my question, I believe every day everyone is impacted with the things that we learn, feel, and see throughout our daily lives. However, there's a deeper impact onto the hearts and minds of our students. Well, I'm a student as well, but students in general. When we get to witness something we've only ever done research about. Having this privilege to travel to Peru and being exposed to new cultures, languages, and traditions fostered a deeper understanding of the world by visiting our environments outside our familiar environments. As we explored the wonders of Peru, feeding into our curiosity, our questions were answered. And seeing pieces of architecture is so much more different than just doing research about it. So, yeah, I believe our knowledge has changed so much from this project, which is why I'm so grateful. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Now we would like to end by sharing a few gifts that we brought back for you all from our trip. Come and get them. As tokens of our gratitude, again, you've heard thank you so much tonight. But once again, thank you so much for this awesome opportunity, and we cannot wait to go again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so if you weren't moved by hearing the scholar's account, I don't know what can move you. From Brazil to Peru, our scholars have an opportunity to truly engage in experiential learning. As a 30-plus year educator, I've always said the best learning happens outside of the classroom, the experiential learning. So scholars who went, do you agree that you've learned something that you will never learn in the classroom with the support of your fabulous teachers, counselors, guides, coaches? This is just, it's powerful. But I just wanted to just press upon the community. And while these beautiful mosaic of children that we have in the school district thank the Board of Education, they didn't just thank the board, they also thanked the community, because it was the community that voted affirmatively to have a budget line so that you can go on this trip. You have a community of folk who believe in you, and what you brought back is exactly what they voted for. We are so proud of you. This is teaching and learning at its finest, and it's happening here at Westbury School District. So, today's a proud day on so many levels, but this is an awesome way to end the day, Mr. Triano.
It is. And you all leave me speechless, really. I was so impressed by the maturity that you all demonstrated coming up and speaking. And I remember when I'm not so old, I can't remember when I was your age. And I remember that I couldn't get my thumb out of my mouth, much less talk like all of you all did so well. And it really, as Dr. Chase said, you couldn't listen to all of you and not be touched by that. But what I'm also thinking about is what great ambassadors all of you are for the community of Westbury with the other residents in Peru and Brazil. And I'm beyond proud, and I am confident that they were impressed by you as much as all of us here sitting at this dais are impressed by you. And you're among the first to take a trip like this. And so you set the example for what we can expect for classes to come and increase the likelihood that the board and the administration are going to want to do more trips like that. So I think your classmates should also be grateful that I think because of what you've demonstrated tonight, that the board and the administration are going to be more likely to approve trips like this going forward. But you've been thanking us, but thank you for giving all of us this experience tonight of hearing from our students and who spoke so well and who we're so proud of. So thank you for that.
So, Mr. Tryon, I'm going to take it a step further. There's no surprise that on our board agenda, we have chaperones on these trips. And I'm going to say something that may be a bit inappropriate, but just know it's coming from a really good place in my heart. What we pay them, the chaperones to go on this trip, is absolutely nothing compared to what they deserve. The teachers, Shahan, I know this is helpful to you, honey. The teachers
just watch how far you go
who
here.
Take the time out of their spring break to take other people's children away for learning experiences is just amazing. These individuals left their own families to be with our beautiful scholars for a week, 8 days, whatever it was. We can't pay you enough for what you gave our children. And so we have to thank you for your time, for your patience. I'm sure I've required a lot of patience. Time, patience. Oh, I know they were great. Oh, I know, I can tell they were great. Were they watching you all, or were you all watching them? Okay, no comment. What happens in Peru stays in Peru. What happens in Brazil stays in Brazil. I got you. I got you. I love it. But you guys did a phenomenal job. And so you need to be applauded and thanked for a job well done. We don't do enough of that, of thanking people and acknowledging and showing gratitude. But there's another person on this dais who also deserves the gratitude, and that's Mr. Gallivan. Mr. Gallivan, he does not want that, but he deserves it. We talked about giving our scholars an international experience. We have an international baccalaureate program in our school district, which is led by Mr. Gallivan and a group of amazing people at the high school. And so we said we want to take it a step further and give our scholars these international experiences. And yes, last year a group went to Ghana, and this year we said we're going to up it to 2 groups going, so forth and so on. Mr. Gallivan already has a group of scholars for the 2026 travel group for next year. I can't tell you where they're going, but I know I can't. But he's already started that process, but someone who is so thoughtful and met with you all and met with the travel club and met with the travel organization that we work with, EF Tours, to ensure that we all had a great experience. I just want to give this man the credit that is owed to him. So thank you. And speaking about our international experiences, Board of Education, we have visitors from Nigeria in our school district. They were at the high school today in their fabulous uniforms. Y'all saw those kids, right? And you all had a chance to meet children who wanted to know about you, but you also wanted to know about them. These are the experiences, community. These are the experiences Parents, these are the experiences, those who are thinking about bringing your children to Westbury School District, that your child will have here. These are the experiences, and you don't see them everywhere, but it's happening in Westbury. I want to thank you all, high school, for embracing our friends from Nigeria. They will be at the middle school. They're going to be at Dryden Street next week and so forth and so on. I think it's just amazing that you all are just so open to these international experiences. But what stood out for me, and I'm being selfish for a minute, is hearing our scholars say, what we thought we would see wasn't what we saw. You had to go to grow and learn for yourself. You see, there's going to be a lot of propaganda about different cultures, about different people who pray differently from you, eat differently from you, people who look differently from you, who have different hair texture, different complexions, different body shapes, speak different languages. You're going to hear all of these stereotypes about these individuals, but you went to see for yourself that it wasn't what you heard. That's what learning is all about. That's what we do at Westbury. We don't teach you what to learn, we teach you how to learn. And you did that. We could not be more proud. I'm going to stop because I'm getting emotional. And it's emotional because this was a vision. This was a vision, and to watch this being actualized, you have no idea how heartfelt this is. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we open these now? Do we open these? We're supposed to open these?
Open what? So the board would like to know.
No? Okay.
They don't want to know.
Now I'm really curious. Oh, it's going to be a surprise. Thank you.
Did you? You good? Mr. Gallaudet, you good? I do have a question. How were these scholars selected?
The leaders of the trip created a certain process for choosing individuals, and the way it's evolving, it's kind of tailored to the experience. So one of the processes was inviting scholars to write. Part of the process was inviting scholars to write an essay about how and why and what this learning would look like for you and what you hope for from this trip. And I mean, I think our hearts are full to hear things like the personal connection that was made to family, to talk about the example where we're thinking about a global health need, you know, the scarcity of access to health care in the context of another country, in the landscape of another country. I mean, you talk about transferable learning. So I just have to say again, being there is definitely the best, but living vicariously through the stories and experiences you just shared was pretty darn good too. Thank you.
Does that complete the reports today?
We do have one more report pertaining to summer school, so I'm going to pass it to our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction, Elementary, Ms. Robin Barnett.
Good evening, everyone. We are proud to announce that our K-8 summer programming kickoff has begun. Ms. Massione is our fabulous coordinator for these programs, and this year we will be offering a wide variety of programs, and it will sort of be an a la carte menu. So we are offering a 2-week STEAM program, which will then be followed by opportunities for scholars to participate in either a 3-week active zone program and or a 4-week fine and performing arts program. We're also offering our K-8 special education programming for our students with disabilities with extended school year, and we are offering a 4-week program for our multilingual learners this year. So Ms. Massione and her illustrious team of lead teachers are sending out information through backpacks, through digital advertisements, and we encourage all interested families to take advantage of these different programs. We're looking to reach a wide range of scholars, and we are confident that we will be able to secure you a seat in any programs that you are interested in participating in. So again, if you have any questions, please reach out to Ms. Macion. She is the coordinator for the K-8 summer programs, and she'll be able to connect you with the lead teacher for the specific program that you're interested in registering for.
Thank you, Ms. Barnett, and thank you so much for working with our fabulous leaders who are here in the audience. We see you, school leaders. Thank you so much for being here. School leaders, we see you in the back. Thanks for being here. They're talking. But we see you. Thank you so much for being here, Ms. Barnett, for working with the team and bringing a fabulous signature summer program to our beautiful community. Mr. President, that concludes our report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chase.
Actually, excuse me, Dr. Chase, I had a question, follow-up regarding the summer program. Could you just give us, if you can, a bit of, in terms of the time frames? In other words, it's going to be, 5 days a week, morning, afternoon session, all-day session, a little more detail, if you have it now. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, so we are going to kick off the summer on July 7th. I'm sorry for that. July 7th through July 17th, running Monday to Thursday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. will be the Westbury Future Makers Summer Academy for STEAM. And we're welcoming scholars in entering grades 1 through 8. And we are going to offer about 8 or 9 sections of that program. Again, that is running Monday through Thursday, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., Monday, July 7th through Thursday, July 17th. At the same time, we are going to be running what we are referring to as the Westbury Summer Academy for Multilingual Learners. That program is actually going to be 4 weeks long, so it will begin on July 7th and run through August 1st. And that program is going to run 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Once the summer STEAM program ends beginning on July 21st. We're going to be offering 2 programs. July 21st through August 7th is going to be the Westbury Active Zone, which is the summer intramurals and athletics program. That's going to run Monday through Thursday, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for that 3-week duration. Simultaneously, we have the Summer Fine and Performing Arts program, which is going to run actually an extra week into the 4th week, which will be July 21st through August 14th. That will run 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Monday through Thursday. The final K-8 program is our Westbury Future Makers Summer Academy for Students with Disabilities. This is an invite-only program for students with extended school year, and that program runs Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m., and that is a 30-day program running July 1st through August 15th. So we have a wide array of opportunities for our scholars to participate in, from STEAM activities to art to physical activity, and we are just so excited to engage as many scholars as possible across this sequence. And again, families could choose to enroll their scholars in any combination of programs. So essentially, you can choose a 2-week, 3-week, 4-week, 5-week, or 6-week experience for the summer by combining different programs together.
Just 2 quick follow-up questions. Will lunch be provided?
Yes, we will be providing breakfast and lunch as well as transportation for all of the programs this summer.
Okay, that is phenomenal. And the second question is, when does registration open?
Registration is live now.
Phenomenal, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're now going to move to the part of the agenda where we take questions from the audience, but I wanted to give our students and their chaperones an opportunity to take, as we transition to that part of the program, an opportunity to go home, not just to chill out and relax, but to go home and study and prepare for the coming tests to come. So, but thank you for being here and for your presentation. Okay, if anybody has a question, please come to the mic now. Question or comment about the agenda or anything else impacting the school district.
Hello, Isabella Hamilton Lomax. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. What a wonderful presentation. Thank you for bringing them and sharing. I felt so encouraged. I still feel encouraged. It was awesome. I look forward to hearing from future students having similar experiences. I have a few questions about the agenda and just something I wanted to follow up on. We had the privilege of having the robotics team come to our PTSA meeting on the 27th, which was a phenomenal presentation, similar to what they did for the board meeting, but they were able to answer questions and kind of give us a list of what they would love to have, right? And one of the things, I know that we've mentioned this before, is actual having classes based off of technology, introduction to AI, architecture, so I was so inspired by their presentation. I went home and I researched all of the course curriculums for all of the districts around, and I polled them, and what's interesting is there are several that have, when you go to their curriculum guides and you poll their course descriptions, they have a full suite of courses specifically designed to give our students some of the things that they were asking for, such as introduction to AI, 3D printing, how to do that, access to a 3D printer, just a lot. And I'm wondering how...
Could you say what school districts?
Yeah, so I pulled the course curriculums for Bethpage, Mineola, Jericho, Baldwin, and Elmont, and Uniondale. So all near us. I didn't venture out too far, and was pleased to see the work that they're doing with their students, but also really, I like to see us have those similar opportunities for our students in a more structured way outside of them having a robotics club, okay? So I believe that there's been some information shared and some things that we were doing, I guess, from the ground up with the Dryden Street School and the elementary schools with our Techno Dragons and some of the integration that we were doing with coding and things like that. And I'd just like to make sure that that is expanded all the way up through the high school. And I know it won't happen this year, but I would like it to be on our agenda going forward. And possibly, sooner rather than later, maybe moving the robotics team based off of my conversation with the students. They're like in this little area downstairs or in the basement, and I'm not sure if that's accurate or not, but that's the description that I was left with, where they have some students, but previous I guess enrollment was like 30 students or more, and they were growing, but because of their space, the team has shrunk because they don't have the space to grow. So just want to make sure that I'm specific with what I think our ask is, because all the parents seemed like we really wanted that. So I'll leave it there for my first question and see what you guys have to say about it.
I'm curious to know which space you're referring to. That's just a concrete question. Because our middle school space, for example, is quite expansive. It's on the first floor.
It was a high school.
A high school?
Yeah, high school and specifically. Yeah. That was the group that did the robotics presentation.
Yeah. So it is in our plans to launch a robotics class at the high school. We're looking for a way to do it in kind of a net neutral way, because we have certain budget restrictions coming into the next year. But we are talking about ways to schedule a robotics class with existing staff. And with the changes in the schedule that's coming this year, it may be possible, but I'm reluctant to say that it will be possible. Additionally, we're beginning as a faculty to just beginning in the initial stages of building our competence and awareness in AI. And with that level of competence will come, I mean, it's part of the language we speak these days, so we certainly want future-ready scholars. So I'll just say that, yes, this is certainly in front of mind.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so I had a question on agenda 5C. It was the band uniform. I believe they're band uniforms, but the description that's in the agenda, I think that still has my agenda. It seemed like it was $106,000 for band uniforms, so I didn't know if that was accurate or if that was the description for something else. Oh, thank you.
That is accurate.
Okay.
That includes band uniforms as well as certain equipment to house them and protect them so that plumes and other aspects of the uniforms can stay pristine for as long as possible when we get you know, maximum life out of these beautiful new uniforms.
Okay. How many uniforms would we, just curious. This is
120.
120,
We're also
okay.
introducing drum majors, and we're looking to
how exciting.
have a summer offering, a kind of band camp for our scholars this summer who are interested in kind of honing their skills in terms of marching.
Okay, that's
And-
exciting. Where would these uniforms be housed? Like here or? Yeah, okay. Ooh, okay, I can't wait to see them. So exciting. Okay. Then I had a question on 7J, which is Aramark, I believe. And I didn't know, I thought this, we renewed that contract like last year. I didn't think it was up for renewal, but I don't recall there being like a discussion about a RFP for considering other companies. So I just wanted more information about that.
So at this point, we did a bid on the food service management company 2 years ago. Last year, we signed our first extension. This will be our second extension with Aramark.
Thank you. And then 6C, looks like we're, for that position, I just wanted to know, yeah, I believe 6C is in Charles, yes. The music teacher, I just wanted to know where that position was. It wasn't in the description.
Good evening.
Hi, Dr. Boone.
So that was a position last year that was a full-time teacher in the district, needed to be eliminated due to the budgetary constraint. It's a teacher, then goes on what's called a preferred eligibility list for 7 years. And at the minute that a job becomes available due to a retirement, resignation, or whatnot, the teacher is first offered the job. So we had a retirement this year from a music teacher at the middle school.
Okay.
So we're able to recall the teacher back into service. So the teacher will be able to begin at the start of the next school year.
Okay, awesome.
And it's a teacher who's been here before. They were here last year as a full-time teacher. They stayed on as a permanent substitute this year.
Okay,
And they'll be
and
going
now
back
they're
into the
back.
classroom, and we are excited.
Okay, that's great. I had, so 7I, first student, I noticed a reduction in the amount, the contracted amount, and I just was curious to see why there was, not that I'm complaining about a reduction, but I just want to make sure there's no reduction in service or students won't be impacted by it.
Yes, any savings or budget reduction from the prior year would be to do to our transportation director, Mr. James Palkins, just reviewing the routes, getting more efficient, and combining routes.
Oh, I had a question about 6P, which is the summer intramural, which looks like it's running for high school students, July through August. I just wanted to know how students know that that's available, how many students, things like that.
So this summer, we're running 2 different intramural programs. The first was what Ms. Barnett described as the active zone. The other is the more traditional weight and fitness training. So it's housed at the high school, and it's advertised for our high school students. So I believe between Ms. Province and Mr. Capsis, they'll advertise it. Students get to join. There's no cap. There's a sign-up process in terms of weekly sessions, and those are our staff that are supervising the program. Great way for our students to stay in shape during the summer.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Yeah. Ms. Lomax, before you step off the microphone, I had a couple of questions, follow-up questions to the information provided to us. Would you be able to share the research that you have done regarding the curriculums at the different schools in regards to what they offer with the administration, the board?
Sure. I mean, I printed copies, but I could email or...
Email would be phenomenal.
Sure.
You know, to the board and administration.
Okay.
And during your research, I don't know how deep your research was, were you able to ascertain how long the different districts have been offering this extended curriculum?
No, I mean, it was pretty surface level.
Okay.
I went to the site, I said, okay, what are the course offerings?
Right.
And then I read them and pulled it.
Yep.
I didn't do further research than that, but I do know a few PTA people in those districts, so I could certainly ask.
Okay.
We could get it that way, anecdotally.
Thank you for that. And the last question is within those curriculums that you found, did you find anything that had to do with financial education?
Actually, yeah, I didn't pull that specifically, but
Okay.
they do have separate, their financial courses under their business, their business offerings. So
You know-
it was separate from technology.
Thank you. And, you know, I'm going to ask you to share those links with me to save me some time doing the research.
Okay.
Because I'm very interested in looking at it, you know, but sadly I'm stepping off the board, as you know, at the end of the month. So I won't be able to advocate from here, but I'll be happy to advocate from the other side in the future. But one of the things, you know, that we have talked about in the past, and it is something that we have discussed and, you know, see how we can support it. And when we do in the elementary level is with financial literacy, financial investment, education. You know, working in Wall Street, some of us have worked in Wall Street over here, and Wall Street workforce does not reflect our society, specifically the minority communities. And I think that has, you know, that's an area that will always be in demand as the world changes, regardless of AI and technology and, you know, the intellectual ability to be able to manage finances will always be in great demand. And I think it's something that, you know, as we, as a board, as a district, look into expanding our curriculum to provide our students, our scholars, more opportunities, I do believe that, you know, the financial education and putting that into the curriculum in place so that we can empower and educate our scholars to live here with the knowledge of being able to handle the finances and understand it, and second, as a career opportunity so that we can get a more diverse workforce, you know, and have them serve our communities as well. But thank you for the research, really appreciate it. And I thank you for always challenging us to find ways that we can improve our school district.
I look
Thank you.
forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Just a point of information. The International Baccalaureate Organization does have a finance piece, a financial piece, and that would be something that I think we can introduce to our students as well in the process of doing IB, which could be offered as an individual course or a series of courses in that particular area. Thanks.
Thank you for raising that, Mr. Ewing. We're presently offering an International Baccalaureate Business course, and we hope to expand our offerings if we have the opportunity and the call for it.
Good evening, all. Glennis Palacios, 516 Benin Road, Westbury, New York. I want to speak on the behalf of the high school PTSA as a president, and also thank Ms. Lomas for bringing up the robotics team who did visit us in our school, actually in one of our meetings, and just to see the opportunity that can come out from there for their students. Our parents were highly engaged and excited to hear that something can come out of that. And so we just want to invite the board to consider, you know, bringing on the robotics, not just the team, the club, but also these classes will definitely benefit our students at the high school level. I also want to thank the board and as well Dr. Chase for this trip with the international students, especially the Peru, where my son did actually get a chance to experience this. And also want to advocate for that and future trips as well. As we all know, the the Explorers Club has been for years, many years, and I believe it's one of the first clubs that have experienced out of the country trips every year. And so I want to thank Ms. Duarte, Ms. Kairula, and Dr. James personally for taking good care of our kids and bringing them home safe. And as well, like Dr. Chase said, that definitely required a lot of patience. And even though they behave, they know they should, right? We know that, you know, they were definitely taking extra care of our kids. So we want to thank them, and I want to just let you know we are grateful for you both, and Dr. James as well, I think, wherever she is. So with that said, there is a question I do have on 7J regarding Aramax. Again, on the advocacy part in regards to our children's health, I do want to ask, there have been some, you know, issues where their students have been saying about, you know, school lunch. You know, perhaps it's not what they're like, right? And we all know kids could be picky, but I just want to find out, being that we are doing an extension for another year, has there been reports of maybe better choices of food and or amounts of foods? As I know some of our student members have, you know, said several times where it's not enough for them. You know, we have growing kids at the high school level, so we just want to make sure they do get the proper nutrition during the day, especially because they are active, and you know they are receiving excessive courses. So we want to make sure they are good.
Thank you for that question. I do know that Aramark meets with the students at every school once in the fall and once in the spring, and they go through the menus and they ask the students what they would like to see, and they do make implementations based on the students' comments. So they did meet with all the schools in the fall and in the spring, and if there's more ideas that can come forward, we're happy to hear them. We'd be passing them along to Aramark, and I'm sure they'd be very happy to listen to them.
Mr. Stein, while you're up, and I think this is a great response or just an added response, about our dinner program at our school district. It is a very unique program. In fact, Long Island Press covered our dinner program, I believe last week, where our scholars also have additional healthy choices. I think I just said it for you, right? And so we do have that offering to our scholars now, and also to our culinary arts scholars have been participating in providing nutritious meals after school to our scholars who stay later to indulge in that dinner program. So your point is well taken, and I think we're striving each and every time to get better and better with Aramark. In addition to Aramark meeting with our scholars, my Super SAC, which is the Superintendent Student Advisory Council, also meets with Aramark to provide feedback on food choices. And through some of the feedback, we are now offering, as of last year, like the halal choices and some of the other choices that we have in place. So we will continue, and we appreciate you bringing that point to us, and we will continue to be mindful. Hi, ladies. Hello.
Ooh, okay.
That's all right.
Hello, my name is Melanie Luis, currently a junior at Westbury High School, a student of Mrs. Zerone, the Westbury High School teacher, and I'm a yearly participant of the Westbury High School musical, and I'm speaking on behalf of my classmates and peers. And as a student, I would like more clarification and insight on the reason for Ms. Zerone's and Ms. Schock's transferring to the middle school and the Park Avenue.
Thank you all. I really appreciate you all coming to the board and to this meeting to ask those questions. And while we would love to talk to you about why we do a lot of things in the school district, there are some things that we can discuss openly, and there are some things that we cannot. And unfortunately, your question, we cannot discuss openly because it is considered a personnel matter. We have with us our attorney who's in the back, who will probably scold us if we answer any personnel related questions because we just can't. But what I am going to say to you is that no matter the decisions that we make as a school district as it relates to any changes, perhaps to the person who's providing you instruction, we have in our school district many amazing teachers. We will never take away an amazing experience. You will always have an amazing experience. And sometimes those amazing experiences could be with someone new, it can be with someone different, but it will be amazing nonetheless. And while I appreciate you elevating your voice, and you know how much I talk about students elevating your voice, you're in my super SAC, and so I can appreciate that. I am in receipt of all of your emails. I'm in receipt of, Dr. Bloom is in receipt of your emails. I appreciate your sentiment, but I cannot answer that question publicly. And I just thank you so much for just being bold and being brave to ask your question. There's more. Sure, no worries.
Is there any point of contact to use in order to discuss the issue further?
Yeah. So again, we can't talk openly to individuals about personnel matter. And so these are personnel matters. And so we can't discuss openly with you with that. But what we can talk about is what your experience is going to be like. What we can talk about are the wonderful opportunities that you will continue to have at Westbury High School, but not personnel matters. And about individual people. So let's say if you want to talk about Mr. Zembler, like I can't have those conversations with you. So you want to talk about me. We can't have those conversations about personnel matters, but we can talk about your experiences.
Hi, good afternoon, faculty and board, and everybody. Thank you for being here and listening to us. But I'm coming to you as Class of 2026 president, as orchestra's president for the coming year, vice president this year, and I'm also a treasurer of Key Club, all things that Ms. Schalk is our advisor and our mentor for. I come to you concerned as students representing the whole class. As you may know or maybe don't know, we already lost our current advisor, Mr. Volanti, our sophomore year. And through that, Ms. Schalk was there with us each and every moment. We may not be able to change your decision, but we're please asking you to reconsider. Ms. Schalk has been a dedicated educator at the high school for 17 years. She has made connections, and so has Ms. Calhoun at the middle school, as you may know. They have been here for a long time, and they are dedicated to what they do. So we are asking you, you may be able to give us a new advisor. Sure, they'll try the best, but there won't be another Ms. Schalk. So please reconsider.
I'd like to further that point. Ms. Zarone has been an incredible teacher. She has empowered so many students. Throughout the concerts, you could see the sadness in all of my classmates' faces. Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, no need to apologize.
She's always been there for me and for so many of my friends.
Take your time.
Because of her, she has inspired me to take on this further education to become a music educator in college. I would not be here today with that mentality without her. She has inspired me in countless ways.
It's okay.
And I wouldn't like to lose her in my senior year. I know that the Westbury is all about creating a safe space for several students. And she has empowered that and gave meaning to having a safe space. Many students rely on her for advice, any connections to further their improvement in choir. And we feel that for so many, she has allowed a change in all of our lives. Not And Ms. Shock, too. She has been an amazing director for several musicals. And they're, like she said, we already had lost a advisor in our sophomore year, and Ms. Shock has been there throughout it all. She has done countless amazing impacts on our class of 2026 and has been able to fund for so many things that we can do for the senior year. And although we may have another advisor coming, it will not be the same. So please, we're asking for reconsideration.
As you guys said, I've seen it many times on the shirts. You guys say #here for the kids. And as kids, we are coming to you. We have sent these emails. We have made petitions. We have gotten students to come to you because you guys are the people that we trust to be there for us. So we are asking you, please help us out. If there's anything we could do, please let us know. We have searched up countless methods. We have done the research. We want to do something about this. We cannot simply just give up without trying. So please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Any other questions?
Good evening, Board of Education and everyone else that is here. The name is Roxana Escobar Marino, 52 Barrington Street, Westbury. I just wanted to thank everyone for the opportunity that was given to the children for the Peru trip. There is definitely one thing that my son has always had in his heart, and he's the big guy. That's my guy. So, traveling. And for certain reason, we've had our limitations, but in February, we did take our first trip to El Salvador. And for him, it was very personally important for him to take that first trip since that's where his roots are from. And I just wanted to thank everyone for the experience. And I also wanted to thank parents that I know advocated for that trip. And also thank the educators that were very courageous to take them out of the country, teenagers. So, and also, quick question, since he is also a musician, and I'm seeing what Isabella also noticed about the uniforms. And I know that they ran into this issue in the past when it came to getting the mellophone. And I know that I don't think it was anything that the district could do according to my understanding, but I'm hoping that if these uniforms are going to be ordered, that they are placed with someone that will get them here on time, because the mellophone took like over 1.5 years to get after it was ordered. So that was just something that I hope that stays in the back of the mind, that if you are going to get the uniforms, that they do get here, hopefully, for homecoming, since that will be his senior year. And it would be nice to see them if, indeed, they are ordered. But thank you, everyone, once again. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
And your son is amazing. Your son is amazing. I believe the uniforms are actually on their way, Mr. Gallivan?
It's definitely the plan to have them here before homecoming, and a week ago, the folks who are supplying our uniforms were in district measuring our scholars for different body types.
And
So-
make sure you have one for this. He'll probably be 6'2" by then. So, but no, he scored 99 on the All State on the French horn. He also did Nassau Suffolk this year for the second year, and I know that the school does sponsor for half of that as well, so thank you for that support. And Dr. Dickerson, you know, we go a long way with music, so so it's very important, and it's something that I feel should be built upon every child. The arts and the music is very important.
Yep.
And also to the ladies that spoke on behalf of their teachers. I once was in the education field, and I've been there as an educator. And I've been in a position where things got hard back in, I think it was 2012. And I was accessed, and I had children speaking on my behalf. So trust me that your voice will be heard at one point, so don't ever stop fighting for what you believe in. Okay, you have to stay strong. I know there are things that just cannot be discussed, because I understand that, but you have to keep speaking up, and that's the important of it, okay? You spoke up, and that's the important part. So have a good night, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Anybody else want to come to the mic? Seeing no one? Sorry, no one else wants to come. I know my mic wasn't on. Glennis, you've had a turn. Okay.
I think it was mentioned that 2 trips will be happening next year. Do we know which trips already? Yeah, okay.
Glennis, are you trying to make me reveal?
I would not do such a thing.
I believe there are proposals that were, Mr. Gallivan can speak about the process. That'll be helpful.
The process involves our teacher colleagues submitting proposals for different travel experiences. And we received enough interesting travel experience proposals to maybe have 2 amazing trips every year for the next 4 or 5 years. So we have come to a decision on this. Still ironing out the details. We're not prepared to release that. It's kind of a cliffhanger. But the 2 places are quite different places with quite different goals attached to them. So there's something in this for everyone.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I'm now going to ask for a motion to go in executive session to discuss items of personnel. I anticipate that we will be in executive session until no later than 11 o'clock. When we come out of executive session, there will be no votes other than to vote to come out of executive session and to adjourn. And I'm just going to ask the board before we even take the vote. This meeting has run longer than most planning meetings are. We've got a heavy agenda in executive session, so I know that we are a social board and like to talk to our constituents, but I'm going to ask everybody to move as quickly as possible to the library so we can disband at 11 as indicated. Do I have a motion to go in executive session?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Dickerson. We have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Quintanilla. Sorry. Ayes. Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Quintanilla?
Aye.
Trustee Bowling?
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson?
Aye.
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion carries. Let me just mention, I neglected to do so at the beginning of the meeting, that Trustee Keynes is away on a business trip and couldn't join us tonight. I do believe, though, he's been listening in. Thank you, everybody, and have a good night.
Are you ready, District Clerk?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Can I have a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
Been moved- Been moved and seconded. Ayes, Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Dr. Dickerson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries. You may notice that when we went into executive session, we had Trustee Bowling with us. She left midway through executive session, about 11 o'clock. Can I have a motion to adjourn for the evening?
So moved.
Been moved by Trustee Quintanilla. Have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Wilson. Ayes, Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Dr. Dickerson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. See you on the 17th.